Make sure that the mic is working. How's it going, everybody? All right. So we have we altering some workshops today. That's the plan, I guess. Really excited because this month is something I know a lot of people have been waiting for, myself included. But it is the Oberon, the consort of summer, brute character for the Weavers. The very first Weavers miniature, and this is the limited preview edition, which is still for sale right now if you check out the Conquest store. But really excited because I've been going over lots of different options of what we can do for this, and I think we finally nailed it down. I think we're finally getting there. But how's it going, Merlin? Welcome in. Good to see you, man. But yeah, I've been kind of mulling over lots of different color schemes and whatnot because this one that they have, that the team in Greece did, looks amazing, and I don't think that I could even try to compare. But I want to do something fairly unique. And the one thing that was throwing me off a little bit was that the Oberon, I have him sub-assembled slightly so he can easier paint. So I'm actually just going to pop these off right here. But all of this back here is flame, right? So typically, because he's the consort of summer, and the summer court is kind of known for, its element is fire. I wanted to make sure we kept the flame, but wasn't entirely sure how to do that with everything else and make sure that the color scheme stays well. But someone brought it up to me that why don't you make it magical flame? It doesn't have to be just yellow and orange and red. It could be anything you want. And I was like, of course. Why not? Is resin as good as plastic to build? How's it going? Vandal Mahor? I think that's how it's pronounced. I apologize if I got your name wrong. But I would say it depends on personal preference. I like building plastic a lot, or I like building plastic fine. I like building resin a lot as well. I would say resin typically tends to be a little more brittle, so you have to be a little more careful, but not by much. If the resin's good, resin quality can vary pretty drastically. I think that's why a lot of people kind of prefer plastics, as the quality stays fairly consistent. Commander Squatch, thank you for the follow. So we had some sticky tack holding these pieces together, so we're going to remove that real quick so we can make sure to get all the paint where we need it to go. Good to know, thanks. Yeah, no problem. I will say one thing I do like about building plastics is I can use thin cement to seal it. And you can't do that on resin, sadly. So you can only use super glue, things like that. So but I will say I like resins a lot, mostly because the quality of the sculpt typically, not always, but typically is much higher than if you were to just use plastic. That's why a lot of these particular sculpts, like the Artisan series and whatnot, because they really want to do something unique and neat, and detailed. So because of that, they typically go resin to make sure that they get the in any of the Parabellum Artisan series. That's done so you can make sure to have the best like sculpt quality that they can get. I have to clean off the release agent on resin skins. Have to strip and prime a tempered steel shaper. Yeah, it's because they are molded. It's honestly not a bad idea to do with your plastic sprues either, but it is typically a little more needed for resins, is to clean them off a little bit. But just a quick, a little toothbrush and some soap, quick scrub, you're pretty much good to go. Nothing too crazy. But we're going to be doing, speaking of doing stuff that's a little crazy, we're going to be going a little crazy with this here today. As you can see, I went a little overboard with the basing here. I wanted to make sure that since this is the consort of summer, that he looked like he was in a nice, lush, summer jungle forest. So, what we're going to do, I think, is we are going to, because there's so much detail in here, it's going to be a lot easier and a lot quicker to get in with some quick airbrushing. That way we can get on to the good stuff. So normally I try not to do too much airbrushing for these streams, but I want to make sure that we get a good amount of work done today. And the best way to do that is to get some, instead of spending half an hour trying to get into all the details and base coloring a bunch of things, it'll be a lot easier if we can just go right into than that. Yeah, forge ahead, exactly. Let's see, what is this? Nope, I don't need metallics. I just happened to get myself a fancy set of airbrush paints from the Army Painter, so we're gonna be jamming on some of those here today. Let's see. Black will be good. And the other ones we can likely go with very pink might work. So one thing we're going to be doing with this color scheme in particular, to kind of vary it up a little bit, because if you know me, I don't necessarily always want to paint the what was presented. You know what I mean? I know a lot of folks like to paint what they see on the box, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we're going to go a little funkier with it today. Okay. We got... Oh, that's perfect. That's great. So, but what we're going to be doing, since he's got this very bug-like carapace, we're likely just going to be painting him mostly in, he's going to be, we're going to try to paint him mostly in white. Make things easy. But for the base, we're going to start out in red, or a reddish color, and then we're going to move it up into green. And just kind of a dark green, and then that's where we're going to kind of leave it for that. Like we have these really nice pinks and things too, which would be really good for this color scheme, but I'm gonna hold off on those. We're gonna do that via regular brushing. So what I think we might do is we might go with the white first and just work the white in on his body. And also we're gonna do these wings and things like that separately. These other little pieces. Okay. So we have our paint cup. It's always important when you're doing some airbrushing to have a nice little thing to dispense and clean out your stuff. But when you're airbrushing, you also want to make sure you have a reducer is really good, unless you're using airbrush paint specifically. So I'm not going to be using this. But this will kind of thin your paint enough to be able to, or sometimes it's called it's just called a thinner. Oh, it looks very pink. But doing something like that will help usually then your paint's out enough to where they can get through the airbrush really well. I'm excited to see the wings. Makes me think of a dragonfly. Yeah. So the bug I decided to go with, actually kind of by popular demand. I reached out on my socials and stuff to see what people would think would be cool, and it seemed like everyone landed on pinks and purples and things like that. So because he's very insect-like, I thought it would be a really cool idea to paint him up like an orchid mantis, which if you haven't seen is a praying mantis, but mostly white with some really cool pinks and purples throughout. So we're gonna paint his body up like that, and I think we're gonna go possibly this green maybe for the flame. I'm not 100% sold on that yet or not, but for the body, I think we're gonna go with that. But then looking up their wings, we can get a little funky with that. Because we've got a lot of cool patterns. Praying mantises in general have a lot of really cool patterns. So let's see. Okay. So we got that. We have and let me know if this is gonna make too much noise. I'm going to try to make sure this doesn't make. Okay, it seems like my stuff is working. Okay, so we have a nice little compressor. This is kind of a airbrush I use for general purpose and just kind of spraying over larger areas. I'm gonna put just a tiny bit of water in there, just kind of get it primed up a little bit. And then I have this little box here. I'm just gonna spray into that just to. Okay. So it looks like it should be good to go. The flow is looking well. It should be all good on that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with the white of the character, I think. So I haven't figured out how to do black pearlescent on my Eldari yet. Almost an inverse of what you did for on your on my spires, yeah. So actually, I was thinking about that the other day, Merlin. A painter you're probably familiar with is Bohun Miniatures. I think he does a very good job of it. But the thing, what I would do is I would look up oil slicks. Yeah, Bohun Miniatures. He does this kind of very dark, shiny effect on a lot of his stuff. I think he did it on some of his Eldar too. I could be wrong. But I would look at his work, but also research just like oil slicks or like oil on water kind of situation on like dark water. Because it has this really interesting sheen. It's very similar to pearl, where it will kind of have a tan and a pink and purplish magenta, and then sometimes some teals kind of going in throughout, but on this really dark background. So it's really interesting to see, but I think those might be right up your alley. All right, so we got our matte white. Sorry, it's very bright. If I wonder, maybe this will help out a little bit. Okay, I think that's a little better. We can see a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we got our matte white. Again, I'm going to spray into this box here real quick just so we can test things out. Flow's good. Looking pretty good to me. Okay. So normally I would suggest to do this in kind of like a more enclosed area and whatnot, especially if you don't want to get spray on stuff. But luckily I'm going to be doing this kind of a little bit delicately, so we shouldn't have too much. And I'm kind of spraying into my wet palette is right back here also, so any spray that is missed is kind of going right into that wet palette, which kind of works out. There's also a really good way to is do a zenithal if you're looking to zenithal prime stuff. Is that is the noise coming through on the airbrush? It's very loud to me, but I tried to change the audio settings to where it wasn't too bad. Okay, we got a nice bright Oberon going on here, which is good. Now we're just gonna do the rest of his little arms and legs and things. I'm not gonna do his idol because we're gonna paint that gold. But we are. Oops. We can get all the sticky tack off him. Okay. Got his little arms there. A little harder to do. I'm just accepting the fact that I'm going to get paint on my fingers. We're almost out of paint, so let's just go ahead and make sure we're good to go on that front. I'm going to take this back out. I put some water in there. You can kind of see. I just want to make sure it's good to go. You see the water just dripping on through. There we go. Perfect. Okay. All right, test this out one more time. Make sure we got some good flow here. Oh, we certainly do. There we go. You never want to just start just spraying right away directly on you. Definitely want to do a few test shots on something just to make sure that the paint's going through. Otherwise, you might get some splatter or something like that. No one wants that. Okay. Now, the hard part is, do we just paint his face up in that same style of pink and white? It does look like an actual mask. I'm going to hold off on that. We can paint that white later if we need to. It's not terribly urgent. And I'm not sure whether or not, because we want it to be darker against the flame. That's a must. Okay. So we make sure that the middle is very, very bright because that's all flame coming out of there. So we're going to want that to be bright. The other one I haven't really decided on is what we want to do with this furry cloak. I think we might just do that in the green color we were talking about earlier. That could be kind of cool. Plus, it'll go with this. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think we'll leave this dark. We can paint this later. Because if we go with that kind of green, it could look like kind of like a fuzzy moss cloak almost, which would be kind of cool, I think. What do you guys think? And that actually works out well because we're almost out of the white paint anyway. So that's no problem. We're gonna put a little bit more water in there just to make sure everything's flowing okay. And if you need to, you can get a brush in there and just kind of scoop it around. See what you can do with that. So there we go. Seems to be flowing pretty well still. This is kind of my beater airbrush, if that makes sense. It's definitely one that I kind of beat around the bushes. It is a cheaper one. I have I don't use airbrushes terribly often unless it's like big bulk colors like this. So we're gonna get into some of the fun stuff. And by that, we're gonna be doing a mix of matte black and rebel red. It's a slightly darker red than the normal, but both of these are still the airbrush colors. But I'm trying to go for a bit of a like maroonish color. We're gonna do let's do 4 drops of red and maybe 2 drops of black and mix that together and see what we get. 1 and 2. Okay. Okay. So we take our brush, wet it a little bit, and just mix it on up in here and see if that's about what we like. You know what? It's not too bad. I think that's a nice burgundy. It's a little pale, but it's a nice kind of burgundy red, but we're gonna need a lot of it. So I'm gonna go ahead. So now that we've tested that, we're gonna go ahead and just double it up. So we did 4. So I'm gonna do 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 8 drops. So we're doing a half and half ratio. 1 and 2. Perfect. Oh, I just realized it's raining outside. What a nice time for a nice summer court. All right, so we'll mix it back up. We got a nice, good bit of paint in here. There we go. And we're going to use this all over the base. And this may seem a little awkward because we are going for nice, lush green forests and whatnot, right? So it's gonna seem a little weird, but we're just using this as kind of a base color. So, oh, again, just like I said before, make sure that we go and do a test. Color comes through. it looks like we're good to go. Okay. And I'm going to be hitting the feet of this guy just a little bit. And that's okay. Honestly, kind of preferred, because then we can kind of go and use that as a bit of an atmospheric effect. And this is the reason why I'm using the airbrush for this particularly, is there are so many tiny little nooks and crannies between all these plants I put on here. Shout out to Epic Basing for all these amazing plants they've sculpted. Oh wow, we're out of paint already. All right, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna double up again. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're gonna do 12 this time, and we're gonna go with 6 drops of black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. There she goes. All right, mix it back up. Nice and mixed. There we go. We got plenty now. Should be able to get the rest of it pretty easily. Hey, you stole my paint. Oh, man. How's it going, Sig? Okay. So I'm not as worried on this one with any potential splatter or anything like that this could have, mostly because we're trying to just get wide areas here. And this is going to be just the undertone. Okay, I'm going real deep in there. All over. Nice maroons. And we pretty much have all the color we need on that front. Now I'm going to try to be a little bit delicate going around our main character here. Well, I don't mind getting a little bit on the feet and stuff. I don't want it to go all the way up. Okay. I've doomed myself to having to do this much basing work on all of my weavers if I'm going to use him in my army. Which, again, I know a lot of folks are in the same boat as me, but even before Lord of the Rings, I've been a fan of woodland-style elves in almost every setting. And so I have been, as soon as they were announced, Way back when. I've been waiting for the Weavers in bated breath. I think we're pretty good on most of the rest of this. Are the Weavers good elves? So, like most games where everything is at war and turmoil constantly, these are pretty good. I would say they're in terms of like good factor. I would not necessarily say from what I've read, and I was actually just rereading last night just to kind of get a heads up again. Now we're gonna clean out the rest of the paint in there because we're done with that. But the Weavers saw what the Spires were doing, and they were like, "No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this biomancy, this evil stuff. You're perverting our natural magics. This is not why we came here, all that kind of stuff." So they rebelled during the war with the dragons, led by a very powerful exile elf, basically, named the. Hey, Ian, what's going on? But led by a powerful exile named the Voice. She basically allied with the dragons, which the only faction to ally with dragons that we know of so far, so that's pretty cool. But they allied with the dragons to make a truce and basically to inhabit the giant forest land to the west of the continent. So, real quick before I continue on the story, I'm going to use just a tiny bit of airbrush cleaner inside of here, just to spray it on through, just to get it a little bit in there. I'm just going to wash around. But yeah, so the Weavers were not cool with the biomancy and all that stuff, and they thought that it kind of perverted their natural magics, and that it was a bad thing to do, and that they should have never been at war with the dragons anyway. They could have lived in peace. So, so they went behind the back of the sovereign houses and allied with the dragons in exchange for the giant land of woods in the far west. So that's what they did. Maybe we're not done with the airbrush yet. We need to do some green. So they did that, and it seemed to work for the most part. And they've basically just been living by themselves in their forests, for the most part, and just stay out of the rest of the world. They just want to be left alone, and keep the same dragons who kept the Dwayne slaves. So the same dragons that created the dwarves, and as a slave race, yes. So dragons were also mixed at best in terms of so obviously slaves are bad, so that was not a good thing, but they actually learned that technology from the Spires. They forced the Spires to give them that technology to do that. The dragons that allied with the Weavers, they exchanged technology and magic systems and things like that pretty freely and lived in somewhat harmony. The elves never participated, or the Weavers that we know of never participated in anything like that. Also, Max Sui, I think that's how it's pronounced, but welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Or Mac CWI. But yeah, so the Weavers did ally themselves with the dragons and lived in fairly decent harmony for the longest time. One thing that is interesting, though, in the, I believe it's the Autumn Court, because the Weavers are broken into 4 courts: autumn, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And in the Autumn Court, they are the farthest east, and so they have the most dealings with outsiders that anybody else does. and their king, Kronos, it actually um, met with the Keltoni, which are essentially a Celtic style race of humans that we haven't seen as a faction yet. But they had frequent encounters with the Keltoni. Um, and eventually, as a barter of peace, he married a very powerful Keltoni. It's really not even, I don't even think that they call her a human anymore. She used to be human, but she gained so much magic and learned so many things from the Weavers and whatnot that she, Morrigan, I believe is her name, or Morgana, one of the two. But his wife is was human and was Keltoni, so they are not opposed to allyship and whatnot. They're basically just like, hey, as long as you don't hurt the forest, don't hurt us, we can be chill. That is the impression that I got from all the lore I've read on the Weaver so far. So I wouldn't necessarily say that they're good, but I would also not say that they are near as bad as some of the other factions. They are not like hell bent on war like everyone else is. Well, the exception of maybe the Summer Court, which, interestingly enough, this character we're painting here today is the consort of Summer. He is the king of the Summer Court. But it is, that court is matriarchal, so it is his wife, Titania, that is the leader of that court. All right, so we're gonna go into with some green here on the base because, of course, we got it's forest. We got a nice lush jungly forest. So we're gonna go with some angel green, but I think we might pop in because this is a little dark, which is fine. But I think we can pop in a little bit of brightness with maybe this majestic fortress. Just a So we did 3 of those. I'm gonna do a 3-to-1 ratio. See how that looks. We did 3 in there. We're gonna do 1. Oh, let's shake this up again. We gotta shake these up. I'm only human after all. But yes, the dragons during the war with the exiles, half the exiles betrayed the what were now known as the Spires to live out in the woods by themselves and away from everybody else. And those are the Weavers that we have here today. Okay, so 1 of the majestic fortress, 1 of the angel green. Let's see what it's looking like. It's a little bright, but I like the shade it's going for. So we're going to do another angel green. I think that'll do us. 4-to-1 angel green to majestic fortress. There we go. I like that. And you can dry brush this too if you want. I'm going for a little bit of speed here since we have a limited time and I want to try to get to as much as possible with this, which is why we're breaking out the airbrush. I tend to, all right, we're going to test to make sure. There we go, nice and green. But that's why we're breaking out the airbrush for speed. I'm not too worried about getting every single nook and cranny. I am more, because I do want some of this to show through. So since we have lots of different flowers and things on here, we're going to be painting them up all sorts of funky colors. Oop, I'm almost out of paint already. I forget how. All right, let's see. Let's do 1, 2 of the majestic fortress, and we'll do 8 of the angel green. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Mix it all up. But yeah, if anyone is familiar with kind of like Fey um, mythologies, there's a lot of similarities to what we have here on Earth in real life in our mythologies. But there's like the four different courts. But there's the four different courts. Um, each ruling over a different aspect of seasons of the year. And they do not always play nice. They're a little bit more, they care more about themselves than they do about the outside world. So they will ally together if there is a threat to their entirety. But, you know, as is typical kind of Fey culture and whatnot, they can be a little backstabby and, you know, each court wants to rule and all that stuff. Okay, we got some nice dark green going on there. Okay. Cool. Awesome. And that works out pretty well because we are almost out of paint in the little pot here too. So we're just gonna spray a little water in there. Oops. I'm gonna drip a little water all over the place, it seems. So I get for looking at the screen and not where I was aiming. No worries on that. And then we're gonna go back into our receptacle. And get this cleaned up. I think that's about where we're gonna leave that. Almost there. Maybe not. Still a lot of water, so I'm just gonna pour most of that into my water cup. There's still a little bit left, so we're just gonna get that out of there. There we go. We can see that it's going down. There she goes. Okay. Now some more of that airbrush cleaner. I'm just gonna go in with my regular brush and just kind of wipe all the stuff off the sides and things like that and try to get it off there as much as possible. Cool. Now we're just gonna spray that on through. We'll do one more quick spray of water just to be safe. I'm gonna pour it in my cup there. we go. Got some good flow, it seems. Should be good. I'm going to put the cap on that. I think that's all we're going to do with the airbrush today. Make sure the air's all in there so it doesn't back up anything. Okay. I'm going to get all the fun stuff. Let's see. Okay. Nice greenish, dark green base to go off of. Nice, bright character to go for the praying mantis style effect that we're going to be going for. I'm really considering trying to use some speed paints on its arms and legs and stuff, because that would be kind of neat. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. We'll take a look at that here in a second. The next thing we can do then you can airbrush the speed paints. That's also true. You can always airbrush speed paints. How's it going, Alan? We're just jamming on the Oberon. We've been using the Army Painter airbrush paints so far. This is our new character. What we're going to be doing is going in for this guy. We're going to be doing a orchid mantis style color scheme. So it's going to be a lot of whites and pinks and things. I think we're going to be doing kind of a bright color for the flame effect. I haven't decided what to do with his face. We're going to go with like a gold mask maybe or something. Gonna take about midday nap. Just took mixed. Fair enough. Well, I hope that the nap is very good. I just noticed I missed a mold line here, so I'm gonna just try to scrape that off real quick. Easy peasy. And I'm doing that now because I don't want to have to worry about it later when I've gotten all the good painting stuff done. There we go. So yeah, it chipped off a little bit of the paint to do that, and that's okay. I think it's impossible to expect everyone to get every single mold line every time. So I will often find a mold line or two after repriming, things like that. So most of the models for Conquest are plastic. The vast majority are nice plastic sprues. That you can see, well, this one's been completely clipped off, but nice plastic sprues that you're used to with any other game. Oh, there's some actual, there's some ones with the actual stuff still on it. So there you go. So there's that. But for special kits, usually like a monster or something, that's especially particularly for like a limited run, such as the Founders exclusive, which is what this is, and Artisan series. Well, the Artisan series are not always resin, yeah. But they typically will go resins for that, and the reason they do that is because you get a lot more detail. And so the Founders exclusives and the Artisan series are done to still be playable, but also look better. So now that there's a, it basically just because resin will give you a little bit more detail. So, okay. I think we're good on all of that front. Let's see. Now I think that what we could do is we could pop in maybe some Army Painter green skin, I think. We should do a quick bit of dabbing around on some areas. And we can be pretty lenient with this. So actually, I meant to show this earlier. For everyone who hasn't seen, this is the artwork for the Consort of Summer. Lots of like greens and purples and the bug like arms within this flame coming through here. This golden mask. I like the idea of the golden mask mostly because it's the Consort of Summer and the fire is their element. So I think we might keep that when it comes to this mask. We're definitely keeping that when it comes to the idol that he's holding. But we might be going with kind of a greenish flame or something slightly different, more magical. But we're definitely going to be going with the pinks and purples for him. So I think we're going to go with the green. I think that might be too small of a brush. I think this one will work. Size 2 phalanx. Is that going to be too much? No, it should be good. All right, we're going to go in with this green. And we're really just going to be kind of globbing it on in some places here. Nothing too crazy. Just trying to get a lot of where these leaves and stuff are. Not really dry brushing. I'm kind of globbing. I don't think that there's like a technical difference, but I mean there is. But curious how flames get painted. I have a ton to paint on these Dwaycom. Oh, okay. I was it the last stream we did here? I just painted some flames. I'm trying to remember what it was for. But I'm happy to show that. I'm hoping we can get to that here today, or at least the beginnings of. Oh, what was it that I painted those flames on? I know I did it on this last one. I'm pretty sure the last one. I was say all these are starting to like blur together for me. I'm trying to remember what I painted last month. Oh, it was the Dweg, the ancestor. Yeah, that was pretty much all we did that stream. So I will say that if we don't get to too much of the painting of that here today, the flame part on on the Parabellum YouTube channel, we upload all of these. So you'll be able to see all the back end of all of these that we're doing on YouTube. And so last month's we painted the ancestor for the Dweg home, and that is nothing but flame. Again, I'm just kind of globbing this on. I'm not a ton of rhyme or reason, just kind of putting it where there might be some recesses because we're just going to be going back, coloring these a bit later on. check that out. Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully we'll get to this one here today. And the thing is we might be doing. So I haven't not completely sold. I guess it's gonna depend on how the rest of the character looks. Um, but when you um when doing flame, you can use the exact same principles for like everything. So it doesn't have to necessarily be yellow and orange and red and stuff. It can be greens or pinks or purple flames and things like that, or blue even. And it's all basically the same principle. But the goal is to try to keep the light looking like it's coming from the center. That's where it's going to burn the hottest. So that is it is kind of the reverse of what we typically do as miniature painters, because we usually go the crevices are usually darker because that's where the shadows and stuff are. But for flame, it's the opposite, which is a little weird. Okay. Again, you could just dry brush and do all that sort of stuff with something like this, and it honestly wouldn't be a terrible idea. But I'm going for globs. I'm going for big chunks, which is also not something I would necessarily always recommend. But the thing is, one of the things I love about miniature painting is you can always fix something you messed up on. You can always refine something down. They call it the ugly stage for a reason, right? It's very pretty model. Hey, Dinomaster, what's going on? Yeah, we're just getting into it, but this is the Oberon, the Consort of Summer. He's sub-assembled at the moment, so he's got a few pieces left. Still go on, but is okay. I'm not sure if I want these skulls to be green or not. I'm just gonna I'm gonna go ahead and paint them up similarly. I'm gonna glob them as well. And we might still paint them regularly as normal skulls, but we might just paint them in kind of a funky way where they're like part of the scenery in the world. And you might notice I have these little, I haven't painted like this guy here or this guy here or this one here. I put some mushrooms and stuff in there too, because I really wanted this to be like teeming with life. This is the summer court after all. This is the peak of all the plants in their verdant growth and whatnot. And I didn't put some green on this because this and this are like big flowers. So there are some flowers throughout that still have the green on them, and that's perfectly fine. Um, it's not going to hurt anything in order to have that or to have those on there. But and you can see just barely peeking through. I put some little creepy little vine looking things creeping around. So I spent a long time putting the basing on this thing. But that's because I wanted something that would just be really neat. So I just wanted this to be like the representation of the summer court. I don't even know if I'm going to do my army in the summer court style. I really like the idea of the autumn court. And I really like the idea of the honestly, all the courts. It's going to be very hard to decide what to do. Okay. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. That'll be fine for now. It's not cleaned up or refined or anything, but that'll be pretty good. Okay, I think what we'll do next is we'll start working on the body. But let me, since it's been just about an hour, let me go take just a quick fiber, get a refill on a drink. This would be a great time to get up. Do a quick stretch if you're sitting and painting and whatnot as well. Definitely make sure to take care of yourself. We will be doing the starting on the body of him once we get back, and we will be later on towards the end of the stream we will reveal the winners of last month's Colors of Conquest. What month is this? We're in August. Excuse me. Yeah, so July's Colors of Conquest, and I've seen them. They're pretty cool. So don't go anywhere. We will be back here in just a moment. Well, what timing? Dr. Rhino. All right, let's jump on back in. How's it going, Dr. Rhino? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the Colors of Conquest stream. Let me love you. How's it going, man? Good to see you. If you guys don't follow Dr. Rhino, another awesome miniature painter here on Twitch, who also, like myself, was featured on Play on Tabletop. So make sure to give him some love. We are painting the Oberon today, which is the consort of summer. He is the king of the summer court of the new Weavers faction coming out. So, pretty intense dude. But we're going up with a slightly different color scheme. We're painting him like an orchid mantis. So, that's going to be pretty interesting. I don't know if we're going to go with a airbrush for these speed paints, but I think we're going to speed paint in a little bit here, just so we can have a little bit more control. Because, let's see, familiar pink looks pretty good. That looks pretty solid. I think that might be the kind of the pinks that we're going to be looking for. Because the orchid mantis, for those who are unfamiliar, is a praying mantis that is mostly white and pink, but also has a little bit of that them there. What's the word I'm looking for? I lost it. It's gone forever. How's it going? How was your stream? Tell the people. Tell these good folk. Huh. Oh, there it goes. But we got a ways to go on this. I love the fact that there are these skulls on the sides of this. So we're gonna work all of that in pretty well. I'm excited about. Actually, I'm seeing this here real quick. Okay, yeah, I think we'll be pretty good on most of that. We might want to do a little bit more spraying here in a little bit for some of this, but I think we'll be able to control it well enough that we don't have to worry too much. So we're going to go in with this familiar pink. What an interesting name. I always am curious about paint names, but I do appreciate that at least where all these come from. Luckily, these army painter ones have a pretty good idea, like Rebel Red, Angel Green, things like that. Makes a lot of sense. It's nice to have names of things that make sense. All right, so we're just gonna go right in these speed paints. Oh yeah, look at that. So I don't mind just kind of covering this guy in these pinks. These are speed paints after all, so kind of dip in where they need to. That's perfectly fine. Because we'll be able to work it back up into whites where we need the whites to be. And that I'm a big fan of. I'm gonna need a lot more of this pink. Hey, Panda, what's going on? Another awesome streamer you guys should be following if you haven't already. How you doing, Panda? Oop, there we go. Now I'm brushing upwards on his legs. The reason I'm doing that is so it catches underneath where these crevices are, because I want a good bit of that pink to go in under there. Doing okay, but lurking. Clean up after the dogs and more painting. Well, I appreciate the lurking. Glad to see you're doing some more painting. Good luck with the pups. There we go. So that's okay that we've sprayed this feet a little bit. They kind of have this darkish color going on. That's totally fine. We can still work that back up if we need to, but honestly, I kind of like how it's working out so far. Hey, Mort. Oh, and Edfo, thank you both so much for the follow. Zaku Taku brought me here. Also, Watito is cool. Oh, I appreciate that. In addition to the monthly Colors of Conquest stream, we have all the happy hours are done here. And if you're unfamiliar with the happy hour, it's basically where they do a lot of reveals. They talk about new rules and stuff coming up, as well as new miniatures and models. And man, they had such an awesome, well, in my opinion, they had an awesome one last time because, well, I'm very biased and I have been wanting the Weavers for many, many years. So that was a very cool one to see. But in addition to that, they also do just kind of community updates. Last one was actually really cool. So they had a lot of really cool community style gameplay competition things that they were working on. Um, their team is really kicking butt. But how are you doing, Mort? How's your weekend? We are going for this Orchid Mantis style King of the Summer Courts, Oberon, the Consort of Summer. And we're just going to need some more of that pink speed paint. I love that these paints have a little ball already inside of them, ready to go. Just came back from a short run. My time is, well, I might need to take a rest after a speed run tomorrow. Totally understand that. I've been trying, as being a nerd like many others with lots of indoor hobbies such as video games and painting miniatures. I've been trying to make sure I kind of take care of myself a little more recently. So I've been, I think I remember talking to you about it before, but for everyone else who hasn't, been doing some like biking and Some jump rope. I did check out that one jump roper you mentioned, Mort. It's very interesting. I have to see if I can work up to that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, it's easy to forget. Take care of yourself sometimes when you're doing fun stuff. And also, if anyone here is going to the Nova Open at the end of the month, I will be there at the Conquest booth. I would love to see you. And also, I will have a bunch of these minis we've painted here for Colors of Conquest that will be on display. Be able to see all the cool stuff we've been working on in person. I'm hoping that that will include this guy. Let's see. I'm usually hardcore toxic TT cyclist. I'm lazy to change my tires. That's fair. I'm running procrastinating as much as possible. Larry can run from my problems. There you go. The greenery base comes with a kit. Some of it does. The middle part that he's standing on with the skulls and everything does. The rest is from my own collection of epic basing items. I had the pleasure at the last Nova Open to meet the folks who run epic basing, and they're excellent, excellent people. So and honestly, it's just helped take the basing of a lot of my dudes just to the next level. I've been really trying to work on that this past year, especially like after having been on Planet Tabletop. I was a little bummed at how like the minis, the painted parts I was really proud of. The rest of it, however, I was like, this could have looked better. So I was like, you know what? All the armies we're doing going forward, we're gonna keep rocking with amazing basing as well. Titos can look better. It's probably high praise already. All right, now we're gonna get these little arms as well. Thankfully, this will be pretty easy. Oops, that should probably be in the camera though. Okay. Now I just need to make sure that that dries without getting touched too much. So we're going to stick it right in there. And kind of same with this. So we're going to go on this bottom side here. And hit this first. Again, making sure to kind of brush back up so that this paint gets inside of the lines there. Now I'm gonna hold it by the middle where I don't need to paint and don't need to let it dry. I'm just gonna right down here, make sure to push some more back up underneath. Bada bing, bada boom. Not too shabby. Now the question is, what do we do with the wings? Also, I'm just going to put some of this pink on here. I'm kind of curious. Obviously, it's on black, so it's not really going to do a whole lot. But I'm just kind of thinking. Thinking this might turn into something that could be kind of neat. I'm just going to do that, because why not? How many hours are you budgeting for this piece? Well, the goal is to get as much done as possible before 6 o'clock. I suppose this time, so try to get as much done in the next 5 hours as possible. That being said, we will likely there's a potential that, especially with the basing, might need to do a bit more time into it. So um, we'll see. I'd like to get it done. So I think likely we're looking at maybe like 10 to 15 ish, depending on how it goes. Um, Speaking of though, um, let's see. Wings. That's what I need to quickly look up and see. Because praying mantis wings are all sorts of funky. Um, Hello there. Hey, Matthew. How's it going? I'm late to the stream. That's a nice orchid mantis color scheme. Thank you. We're jamming on it. We're gonna be getting there. It's obviously got a long way to go. I gotta look for their wing colors, which seem to be fairly pink overall. Kind of sticking with the rest, which is fine, but I don't know. I feel like that's just a whole lot of pink. So you'll probably go with more of the lighter color with that, but we can just work that up later on. So I'll just go ahead and still continue on with this pink speed paint. I watered it down just a little bit. I want to get a little bit more on there. There we go. That looks pretty good. It gets dry on these sides here. Need another drop of. It's pink though. But how you doing, Matthew? Again, this is the familiar pink speed paint from the Army Painter. I did water this down a little bit for the wings in particular. Oh, Larkus, I need a shower. No worries, Mort. Get yourself cleaned up. Hygiene is important. There we go. Not too bad. Honestly, with the somewhat darker areas and stuff too, it kind of gives it a nice little like purplish look, which is kind of neat. You just go back in there with white and clean up the wings pretty easily. I'm currently melting after a week of a heat wave and stuff. Oh, really? I didn't realize it was that warm up there. Ooh. Okay, let me see. I just got distracted for a moment. I thought I saw another mold line that I may need to get. Okay. Just checking over all the spaces that we need to do a once over. Now the question is, do we want to use a speed paint to just throw in some extra colors here and there? Kind of vary it up a little bit, maybe? No. Let's see what we have in our speed paint library. We have Forest Spirit. That could be kind of cool for working in some greens occasionally. Because the Orchid Mantis does have some spots of green typically. But I think we're going to save the green for the cloak. Mostly. There's like some kind of yellow tinges and stuff in there too. Question is, do we try to go in with the orc skin? Play. Gilly Doo. That sounds interesting. I think the forest sprite might be a little better. Kind of has that yellowish tinge to it, which might look nice. Or cool green. No, I don't think we'll do that. This is going to be really interesting. I'm hoping this works out. I may choose the wrong color, but oh, geez. Well, plenty of that came out, which is fine. Okay, it's not too bad. It's a little dark. Okay, let's test out. Wool green, maybe? Oh, that's air fluorescent. Part of me kind of wants to do the fluorescent. I think ghoul green might be the way to go, though. Decisions. See this forest sprite. It's pretty good. I'm just gonna put it on the cloak here, I think. It's really quite dark, so we're not gonna see much. Very dark green at the moment. I'm just gonna put a tiny little bit of this right up here. Oh, this actually does look pretty good. Yeah, I think we'll go with this cool green. Just to see what happens. We're learning as we go. Hmm. I just realized I've inadvertently made the Joker's colors. That's all right. We're gonna work it up. Trust the process. Mhm. This isn't too bad. So like I said, it's the Joker's colors, which is not ideal, but that's okay. We will work it back up into looking different enough. Cool. Okay. Next up, we're gonna need to get some white-ish colors. So we have our matte white there, which is fine. We don't need that specifically because we're gonna be working up some pinks and purples. So Wicked and Pixie Pink are likely gonna be our go-tos. Okay. Hmm. What we want to do here? Thinking it through a little bit. Think we can go ahead and start working up these pinks here a little bit. And for that, we're going to need a slightly smaller brush. Here's where the fun begins. So one thing we're going to try to keep in mind is that this is going to be a little different. So it looks very dry brush friendly with all those textures and details. Yeah, it really is. I mean, the Artisan series in particular is there's a lot of extra basing and whatnot that I put on myself. But it definitely has. That's one of the nice things about kind of the Artisan series, I think, in general, is that they typically are very friendly for that kind of thing. for sure. Hey, big boss, what's going on? Very bright. I like it. Awesome. Thank you. Big Boss Was Text, another streamer you guys should be following here on Twitch if you guys haven't already. But yeah, we're going for the Orchid Mantis. Is our goal with this color scheme. Hmm. So this is a very similar color. Mostly trying to make sure we got it everywhere we need it to be. How's your weekend going, big boss? Things are going well? All right. Up here, here for school year start. Trying to get list. Responsibilities. That's fair. I keep forgetting that's the school's coming up really soon. When you're out of school for so long, it just kind of leaves your train of thought. Back. Yeah. Huh. Well, it's is living in a college town is definitely something that impacts everything around here. But that is a different kind of school for sure. Man, I miss, even as an adult and being a teacher, I know it's very different, but I miss summer breaks. Like, you work your butt off. I feel like there should be like summer breaks for adults and other sectors of the working world. Okay. Now we start getting into the fun parts of this pink. I'm gonna mute real quick. I think my paint shaker may be a little loud. There we go. All right, now we're going with the pixie pink, which I suppose is appropriately named. It'd be kind of interesting because I don't know if we'll do it on all these leg parts, but I think it'll look better if we go pink on the outside. Also, you could probably use a dry brush for this step. In fact, I just might. See if I can find my little one. There it is. This little dry brush. So we're going to be working this all the way up to like white. He's got some pretty fragile legs, so I'm kind of just trying to hold him up a little bit, just to be safe. Okay. Not too bad. Brighter raw. I think we can do the same on these and not have an issue. Okay, getting the pinks in there. I'm a little bit more careful about this. I don't want all this. I don't want to get too much into that area there yet. Not too shabby. Okay. All right. Next, we can probably work into a little bit of light, working it up more into the white of things with this pink. Trying to get that going. So kind of in the big areas where there's a lot of space, we're probably going to want to do that in white. And we'll let the pinks kind of come through in other areas. I think that'll work. But we're going to take a quick bio break. So now's a great time to go get yourself a drink if you need it, or use the bathroom, or just get up and stretch your back, and make sure you stretch your legs, things like that, because you don't want to be sitting for too long all in one go. Not good for you. So, but we're going to continue on with this, trying to work up the carapace of this character a little bit, and we will be back. And after, in also working on that, we're going to show who the winners of the Colors of Conquest for July are. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Okay, and we are back. Sorry, it took a little longer than expected. Okay, so I know I have a smaller dry brush here somewhere, I think. Or maybe I don't, maybe it's gone. I just sworn I had a smaller one, but that's okay. We'll go for a little bit of white now this time. I think that'll be the move. We do it right. Hopefully, we'll do it right. There lies the rub. It is hard to get this any size dry brush into crevices, which I suppose makes sense considering. Has anyone else been doing any Conquest recently? I'm really excited because I'm doing an escalation league at my local place. And until my Weaver's army is done, I'm going to be working on my Euroni. That's going to be my escalation league faction. We're going to start pretty small, nothing too crazy. Like 650 points, which is like 2 units and a warlord, basically. Backed by all sorts of other projects. The hobby is real. That's fair. Yeah, luckily, I've been trying to get a crew going in my local game shop for well over a year. And it's just, as anyone who's done league stuff or game shop organizing of things would know, it can be a little intense. Hard to get folks together with their adult schedules and things, particularly. But finally had a few people asking. I was like, you know what? I'm doing a demo night. Everybody come on over. We'll talk about it, see if we can get some games rolling. And sure enough, I had a bunch of folks show up. There are a few who didn't, but said that they wanted to. And said they would try to get on it next time. Which is cool. But this coming week is going to be kind of a orientation hangout. Maybe start to play a few games. That kind of thing. Um, Biggest bummer about dry brushes is it's so hard to reach them into certain places. Not too bad. Okay. The nice thing about dry brushing this white on is it's not like fully white. So we still have ways to work up to. We don't want things to be fully white. The other nice thing is, oop, turns out a nice bright pink. And the nice thing is we can use some speed paints or something like that to also mute these colors back down a little bit. We can go back and forth until we find a nice place that we're happy with. Actually going back over this and wiping this off because that dry brush was too dry, which I know sounds ironic, but If it's too dry, it'll clump up, and I don't want that to happen. It'll give it this weird, funky texture. And I think I may have already overstepped it there. It was perfectly fine on this side. And it got too dry too quick on that side. It's a bummer. There's a little bit of texture on there, which is not what I wanted. That's okay. Paint it right, we should be able to hide most of it. Cool. There we go. All right, I think I'm done with the dry brushing. You didn't see me drop that paintbrush. All right. So now, we have some nice bright pinks. We want to kind of figure out where we want to put just the pure white. Shouldn't be too hard. And where every once in a while I'll just see this tiny little hair. What happens when you live with cats? Now, normally I would not ever recommend using a pure white color for really anything, but we just have to for this one. But that's also going to be okay because we're going to be going back in, darkening up some areas. Okay. You may ask yourself, when did this color scheme like start looking good? They have just like a blob of white and pink, and tell you to trust the process. um, what we're gonna do, similar to an orchid mantis, is a lot of it. Obviously, like the big bold areas are gonna be just kind of white-ish. Um, but we'll have some spots like where the horns and stuff are coming off. Those will be the darker pinker colors. I'll probably do the edges as well. I think should look pretty good. We basically just kind of treat it. I mean, it is basically just like a bug, right? So you just kind of treat it like you'd be painting on carapace for any other bug-like creature. We're just going white with it instead. Ooh, I think I have some ideas though. If you freehand some tiny little lines in there, you can come back to them later on and it'll kind of look like more of that carapace style we were talking about earlier. I think that's kind of key to this one in particular. You're going to want to put texture in there, right? So we're going in with the white pretty heavy right now, and that's okay. We'll be going back in. In fact, I might just do some of that texture right now. Remember, if you go with white, you cannot go any brighter. But I'm going to be doing probably a wash or something over top of this, which will mute it. So I can go back in and brighten it up again. So you can get away with using white in that way, but otherwise I wouldn't advise using white by itself very often. Mr. Colors of Conquest, Azarog. No, you've not. We'll be doing that here in probably about an hour and a half, I think. We usually do that towards the end of the stream. Well, welcome in. How are you doing? We're just working on the Oberon, Consort of Summer. Let's see. If anyone has any questions or anything like that, please don't hesitate. Okay, so as you can probably see, we need to get some contrast in here because it's all starting to blur together. There's not enough difference. A lot of this. Make sure you clean that brush off. Got a little excess dried up stuff on there. We don't want that. Love Conquest. I was thinking about Conquest all the time. You too? That's so awesome to hear. How's it going, Mr. Yi? Are you excited for the Nova Open? I'll be there rocking the Conquest booth. Oh, great. I'm excited to see more Weaver Quartz. Me too, man. I like all the minis where they're at so far. Um but I believe September 14th is the next happy hour, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 14th or 18th, somewhere in there. It's in the Discord. But I'm hoping we get to see a few more of them. I'm starting an escalation league down here. And I'm gonna be doing Uroni for it until basically I get Weaver Quartz in. And then as soon as I can switch to Weaver Quartz, I'm doing it. I'm already just like itching to build army lists and stuff, which has not happened in a very long time. The only bummer is I'm likely I'm not a very good tabletop war gamer. I have fun. I just feel bad because I usually don't do well, and I mostly just I want to put up a challenge for folks. I want to just give it to them. I think when it comes to tabletop, my deserve dicey very good. Yeah. Okay, you know, that's why I tend to focus more on the painting aspect of the hobby. But no, I enjoy myself when I do get a chance. That's why I wanted to start this local league as well. Hmm. Again, the hard part is figuring out where to get some contrast on these, right? I have to be very genteel. We have this familiar pink, which is a good speed paint. But no, I think we can go with it. We just have to be very careful on how we do it. I'm gonna go back in with the familiar pink speed paint. Okay. Okay, I think that kind of stuff's gonna look good. I'm really getting frustrated with this brush though, so we're abandoning it. We'll go for a different brush. Oh, actually, you have a pretty good tip. Let's use you. There we go. I'm not being too careful around these edges and stuff either. I am being a little bit careful, but not overly so. We can always build it back should we need to. I think it'll look cooler. Hey, Lady Rose, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. But you can always kind of like work it around. But honestly, it looks a little cooler if you leave it a little bit more natural. I like the colors of the model. Thank you. Um, this is the Oberon for the new Weaver Quartz, and asking folks on my various social media pages what colors would they want to see it painted like. The overwhelming response was pink and green. I was like, well, he's the summer court, so green's going to be easy. But how do we work in that summer aspect with pink? I was thinking it through, and as I like to do fairly often, I was like, why don't we go to nature to see what they have to offer? And sure enough, with this insectoid form, the orchid mantis was a perfect specimen to look at for it. So we put some white highlights down, but the thing is when you go full white, there's nowhere else to go. You're gonna box yourself into a trap unless you bring it back down. So we're just using those whites to kind of really hammer in the speed paint for those highlights, and then from here, we're not gonna go white again. We're gonna go pink. We're gonna start working it back up and using this to kind of blend everything a bit better. Perfect. And we went in with the darker thing around the rim. It's kind of hard to see right now. We went the darker around the rim, that way when we went back on the second round, the whole thing is pink, but the outside is still just a little darker, which is great. In fact, we might even go into grabbing a purple paint. See, we put in some texture and stuff up in here, so hopefully that'll bleed through the speed paint. Lady Rose, if you're still there, I've been seeing your Uroni in the Discord. They look very, very nice. Be working on my army. That here. There we go. And I think the same for these little spikes out here. So I think that'll be a good look. Go like that. Likely also do. These little corners as well, I think will be good. As well as the sides. Yeah, I think that'll be good. We can also do these downward ones over here. Same kind of color. We can also do we do the fingers? I think we do. Let's see, that looks pretty good. think we'll just do a little bit at the joint also. Go down there. Yeah, I think this is going to work well. So I'm going and doing kind of a deep hit on each of these horns because I think it'll look pretty cool. Have each of these horns kind of looking like they have their own spikes kind of thing. And I'm going to go back over with this pink. I'm going to try to make it a little lighter just because we already have this really cool texture going on there. And it may have gotten a little lost on some of these other areas in here, and that's okay. But we'll try to get it a little bit lighter because we still want to be able to work it up and work back up that texture. But again, we went up to white, and when you do that, you got to go back down before you can take it back up because there's nothing brighter than white. So that's not bad. Nice shot right through the middle there. Doing another one. Sides there. It's definitely got some Joker vibes to it, which is fine. Definitely not the worst. But once we work it back up, hopefully the Joker vibes will be mostly gone. Hopefully. Okay. How do I want to do this? I don't know how I want to do it on these. This is going to be easy. Again, we're going in with the heavy speed paint right now. We're going to work that back up here in a minute. Okay, so that's nice and dark, and then we'll go over and do a lighter thing on it. Because the way that the speed paints work. Okay. Okay, so we got a little bit more on there. So then when we're doing this, we're just kind of going back and forth a little bit, which seems a bit annoying, but there's a very real specific reason we do that. And that's because that's how blends get done. If as long as you make sure that the next portions of paint that you put on there are going to be not too heavy, you're able to get some really good blends when with some of that bright, those bright colors come through. So you can still see some of this texture that's within here that I painted in because transparency, especially of the speed paint, is doing its job. And just go back over most of these places. And sure, they're all going to turn pink, but those areas are going to be slightly lighter pink. And you can still see that there's a lot of darkness on those horns and stuff, and that's very purposeful. But the texture's coming through, which is great. Hey, Skelly, what's going on? Hope everything's going well. You guys don't follow Skelly, another phenomenal miniature painter here on Twitch. And soon we're going to get her to paint some Conquest, whether she wants to or not. Last day off, gotta go back to work tomorrow. Oh, that's fair. Well, I appreciate you going to spend some of your time off hanging out here. Hope everything is going well on the recovery side and everything. Hmm. Okay, so we're back down to a lot of pink, and that's okay. Like I said, we're gonna work it back up. It's gonna look great. What I would like to do though, I think, we may try to work in a little bit of green, maybe? Not the ghillie do. Green. Moody mauve. That might be what we're looking for. Absolutely. Was very purple. Might be a little more than we need, but I'm gonna give this a shot. I think we can get some really cool effects with it. We're painting today. We're painting the Oberon. This is the this is a character. Well, he doesn't have his face on. But this is a character for the new Weaver Quartz. This is what he looks like normally. So, but we are going with a orchid mantis style color scheme. So we're gonna be doing some funky stuff. Yeah. The first character for the Weaver Quartz. I've been waiting for the Weaver Quartz for so long, so I'm so happy about it. So right now, I'm going kind of delicate and trying to work in slightly darker purplish pink. We can work up from there pretty easily. We're using that same pink speed paint we were before with the mauve, well, which is pretty dark. We're just going around the edges, kind of in a random, like, pokey style. I don't mind if there's some little runoffs or little swipes or little dings here and there, because I want this to look like a carapace. And so I want the color to bleed back over a little bit towards the middle, but we'll clean it up too a little bit. Getting real dark around the edges, which is good. Base green looks amazing. Thank you. Still got a long way to go on it, but we're getting there. It's got a lot of funky flowers and funguses and things that I need to work up a little bit. Let's see. We have. Oh, well, that's okay. There we go. Definitely want to make sure we get around the hands. And again, we're just gonna kind of keep it darker towards the parts that are extruding out, like these horns and or thorns, I guess. And not as well as these sides here. One of the things I love about these speed paints is they just like allow so much color to get through. So you can really just do some amazing blending with them. Hmm. Now we're just going with the straight pink again, slightly watered down. And then for the dark spots, we're going to go with the mix of the mauve and this. So pink. Yeah, lots of pink. But that's Orchid Mantis. Or the first pink. First pink mini I ever painted. Wow. Hmm. That's hard question. I've been painting minis for a long time. Um I'm trying to think, because there have been some that have had pink on them, obviously, but like mostly pink miniature. Um oh, actually, one of the there was a game way back in the day that had elves with bug-like features, and I wanted to paint them actually this kind of very same color scheme. Those are likely the first ones I ever did. Though they did not turn out super well. It's kind of another reason why I was like excited to give this a shot, because this character is a bug-like elf. And I was like, oh, I get to revisit the color scheme and see if I can do better than before. Okay, so now the mix of the pink the pink and the mauve, the real dark stuff, middles, joints. We can also say, "Hey, Mick, hope you're doing well, buddy." He's good. Good. I think it was pretty good for the spring theme of this character. I'm curious how those seasons are going to translate into faction rules. I am as well, Matthew. Because this one is technically summer. Um, so I think I'm gonna tie. I don't know if I'm gonna do my whole army in the summer style or not. I really like the concept of autumn, and also the autumn lore is really cool. Um, all their lore is really cool, to be honest, though. But yeah, I'm torn. I'm really interested to see how the seasons will play into it, though. I think that'll make kind of the biggest difference. That is spring tomato. Oh, I mean, there's very bright colors, so I totally get it. But yeah, Oberon is the consort of summer. This is actually a character that you can use as a piece for another brute. But Oberon is basically the king of the summer court. Um, but it's a he is not the only ruler. It's like a partnership rule with Titania, the spring or the summer queen. Should be four consorts, I guess. Yeah, so they already have them named. They're all in the lore book, as a matter of fact. For summer, it is Oberon and Titania. For autumn, it's Cronus and I believe Morgan or Morgana. You know what? Let me do a quick little lore dive here for a second. What do you guys think? Cool with just a quick little lore bit. Let's see. Let's go. All right. So, and this is this lore book anybody can get on the website as well. If anyone's interested. But Weaver Courts have a nice little blurb in there. Let's see. The voice is what holds all of them together. She's kind of like the big leader of everybody, all the different courts. But Maeve and Nuada are the spring queen and king. So Nuada is the king, and Maeve is the queen. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be her for the summer court or for the spring court. Um, don't know who that is. But yeah, it is Cernunnos. I'm sorry, it's Cernunnos, not Kronos. Cernunnos, the hunter, king of autumn, and his wife, Morrigan. Okay, so yeah, Morrigan and Cernunnos. Then for summer, this is Titania, and then her consort, who we're painting here, is Oberon. And then for winter, really creepy. But for winter, we have Mab. Makes total sense. Let's see. Mab chose not to share her life with a consort. But she still has, I think, I don't know if it's technically a husband or it's not a consort, but he is listed as king, Boreas. So like Boreal, but Boreas and Mab. So I think this is likely Mab. I'm not sure. Very creepy. But yeah, all the kings and queens of all the courts are named. It is very rare that we get a character as a miniature. So I was really stoked when they had Oberon as a character. He doesn't count. He doesn't have his own rules. He doesn't. Well, I suppose he does technically. But here's the art and the card for him. So I'm assuming he's going to have some rules for probably a campaign of sorts or something. So Celtic Once for Fall. Yeah, in fact, it's really interesting because Cernunnos is the king of fall or autumn, but he took a human, Keltoni, as his consort wife. Mm. There we go. Not too shabby. We're getting there. We got to brighten it back up, obviously, but it's coming along. Yeah, thankfully this mauve speed paint is working really well. Put some really heavy contrast in there. The timeline rules release for these guys. I believe it's going to be at the next happy hour, which is in September. It's either the 14th or the 18th. I can't remember which. You planning on picking up some weavers there, Ian? Someday, yeah. Fair. Yeah, I was really pleased with how they all looked. I didn't know exactly what to expect, and I gotta say, I was not expecting drakes. I know not technically dragons, but I'm so happy that this faction basically has the dragons. Current non-existent. So the rules are released and start playing on TTS. Yeah. True. All right. I think we're starting to get to the point. We're gonna start stippling. All right. Good. Okay. I still have more drink. Oh, realized I hadn't drank in a while. Man, my throat was getting drier than I remembered. Whew. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Cool. Maybe with the pink. There we go. Yeah, I'm just kind of freehanding some texture on here. So I think that is going to make all the difference. I'm basically just freehanding this texture. I'm basically just making these tiny little lines. Nothing too crazy. What have you been playing? I know I've asked you this before, but on TTS, what faction have you been playing the most recently? Can't remember off the top of my head. Hmm. Now we're just doing some stippling. Okay. Not too shabby. Lots of pink today. Okay. And the reason I'm doing kind of mostly like a stippling is it keeps this kind of texture going on in here. It's not perfect, but it looks really neat and kind of gives it more of a lifelike quality. Because nothing is perfectly blended in real life. This is one of the harder lessons I had to kind of like learn when it comes to painting. It's like it's okay to just let loose and let things just do what they do. I remember the only painting class I ever took. So I took a watercolor class in college, and um, the whole goal my professor was trying to do for me was trying to get me out of painting so strictly. Um, he was like, "I want you to be all over the place. Like, let the medium do the work. Like, let the watercolor be watercolor." And it took me it though I had like I was getting frustrated with it. Because I was trying to paint super clean and super nice and whatnot. And he's like, this isn't the medium to do that. And this is a this is a medium where, you gotta just kind of let go sometimes. And I was like, huh, never really thought about that. And so I did for my final project. I basically I didn't go like full Jackson Pollock or anything, but I kind of worked in what I wanted to work in, and I worked in what he was trying to teach me. So I basically did this like I did this kind of sloppy, like wet painting of a background, and then I added on this tiny little spider, which I painted very delicately, very intricately. But then I basically took this. It was like an orange spider on this kind of brownish orange background, and um, I basically took the watercolor. I got some purple, and I just kind of splattered it on one section, but thick enough that it would drip. And so I just kind of used a hair dryer on cool and just kind of blew it around um the page. And sure enough, it ended up looking like this really cool abstract, like branches almost. And my professor was like, "This is exactly what I've been trying to get you to do all semester. This is perfect." It just it was just hard for me to get out of that headspace, and just allow things to be imperfect. Just like you, exactly. Ready to kill chaos in a few hours? I sure am. That's at like, wait, in a few hours. Isn't that like in an hour? Oh, fair enough. I have more time than I thought. Time to show this weekend. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer. I feel understand it a little bit better now. Okay, very fast. Here we get to do panache boys. Is that what you guys are being called? Oh, that's fair. Forgot about that. Oh yeah, this guy's gonna be pretty sweet. Ash's beer mixed with lemonade in French. Really? Huh. That's interesting. I always thought it was like a French word for like not showing off, but courage. I suppose that's the what I was thinking. Reckless courage. Huh. I wonder what about lemonade in beer prompted the names to be so similar. Liquid courage? Yeah, maybe. Here we go. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Cool. The thing I remember about miniature painting is that you have to have so much contrast, even if it would normally look fairly unnatural. Like that's always another thing too. Is like this doesn't look right. You know, I always kind of talk to myself about it. It's like, man, this looks really weird. Or this doesn't look quite right. But it's all just because you just have to have more contrast than looks real. But that's what looks good. Thanks for the lurk, Skelly. Appreciate it. We're about to get into. I was hoping to get a lot more done on this, but man, I mean, we still got a ton done. But since it is 5 o'clock, we're gonna get into seeing who won the Colors of Conquest for the month of July here in just a moment, and then from there, we will head out for the weekend, and then in the stream. Okay. All right. Well, like I said, not quite as far as I had wanted to go, but honestly, going from nothing to this, and not too bad overall. Where did his little face go? Lastly, he has this little cloak. Well, so pretty intense dude overall. Still got a ways to go, but I think made some good progress, kind of showing off some pretty decent color placements and whatnot. So why don't we go into checking out who are the Colors of Conquest winners this for the month of July. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna do a quick little break so I can get a refill because I know I'm about to be talking a lot. So we'll probably do it here in about 5 minutes ish. We'll be back and we will talk about and check out who all won Colors of Conquest for the month of July. So we will be right back. Alrighty. Matthew, oh you you cheater. Is they did go up on the website, so technically you could see them now. But typically we show them off here, and they post about the same time. But if you guys are unfamiliar with what Colors of Conquest is, then I am happy to show you. So Colors of Conquest is basically just a monthly contest where you paint for prizes in the form of gift cards. All you have to do is post online with the hashtag Colors of Conquest and hashtag miniature painting, as well as tag the Parabellum official account. And you are basically automatically entered to win. And then their studio painter, Demo, he'll select the top 10 submissions. And one of them will take home a $50 or euro voucher, or the other 9 will take home a $25 one as well. So if you are listed here today, then make sure that you contact the Parabellum team and let them know. So without further ado, why don't we get into the it's very motivating indeed. Good, I'm glad to hear that. But let's go ahead and see who the runner-ups and winner is. So the first runner-up that we have today is YR Carrots 1. 25% for the only spider I wanted. Hey, there you go. But Wire Carrots had this awesome unit of the Sakari looking really, really nice. So I do like, you don't see it very often, but it's pretty nice when folks do a color scheme that's kind of outside of the standard. So most of the folks have been seeing a painting Sakari and some variation of red and black, which all of them look phenomenal. But this is really nice. This kind of has this. One of the things I really like about it is this very cohesive, like not so much the color palette's obviously cohesive, but it's more the like shade. Like nothing's too bright. It's all kind of pale. But it all goes together really well. It kind of puts them in the same atmosphere, and that is very hard to do. So it's really nice to see it being done well. Ghostly vibe. Yeah, it does kind of have a ghostly vibe, doesn't it? Especially with the eyes and everything in there. Really nicely done. So congrats to Wire Carrots. All right, our next runner-up is Mr. Poolman. Not the first time Mr. Poolman has been on here, but looking really nice with the going really into the very stark shading of the kitsune. You can see off on the well, I suppose over here in the tail, there's some really, really dark shadows kind of coming up into the highlights. It's really interesting. It's kind of got this almost cel-shaded look to it. But the fur going all the way down the legs and everything too, and some really nice off-whites and kind of pale pinks and purples for the kimono. And decided to go with the mask look, like a porcelain mask type of situation for the face, which is really interesting. I wondered if we were going to see anybody doing that, and so I'm glad to see that we finally got that. Love the furry thigh, not gonna lie. There you go. Yeah, honestly, the shading on it and everything is done really well. So very nice. I need to get painting my kitsune here soon. All right, next up we have Carnes Atelier. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that last part of the name, but Carnes, congrats on getting a runner-up for the Murderous Fish Gnome Fishidius, the special Halloween fish gnome. Very cool to see. Another one painted. I suppose we're like a month early or so, but hopefully we'll have something cool for Halloween this year. But love the Fishidius. They look really nice. The blends, especially on like the little cloak and whatnot, are really, really good. Hate those eyes. I I can understand why. It's like it's so they're so piercing, but also you know it's definitely a funky take, which honestly it looks good. It works well. All right. So next up, after Carnes, we have Wandering Lands with a unit of the Oni Ayakashi. Oh wait, Kami Ayakashi? I was confused with Oni. Yeah, it's the Oni Ayakashi. So really nicely done. It's very standard, fairly standard to use the Oni at paint the Oni as red. One thing I would love to see more of. I'm probably going to do it with mine. Is there apparently? I mean, obviously most of us are familiar with the red and the blue Oni, but there are also yellow and green and black and I think white Oni. So I'm gonna try to like mix and match a bunch of mine. So we'll see how that goes. But these are looking really nice. The shading on the red skin is really good. Um, Solid metallics and a really good color choice. The red, black, and gold is it's hard to go wrong with that color choice, especially with the pale blue as well, kind of working in there. It's just kind of a nice little highlight. Looks really good. Green would be very orky though. It could be for sure. Let's see. Next up, we have. Oh, look who it is! It's Matthew. But this is really nice. Honestly, I really dig the. Boys. I really like the colors you chose here. To be honest, the um, the blue for the bird, no, like the Tengu's like feathers and stuff is really really nice. It kind of matches with the scenery because it goes down and you have the water effects down there, which looks good. Um, I really, really like the brown, gold, and pale green. That in combination with the blue works very, very well together, but kind of makes this more rustic looking samurai style character. Especially with the little trims of red here and there. It's really nice. And the purple sword is a very, very cool touch as well. But yeah, I think the pale green, you don't see a lot of it because it's only on like the bottoms of the pants and the sleeves. But I think the pale green really brings it all together. And it's really nicely shaded and everything. Especially too, you can kind of see a little bit of almost purple in the brown of the armor too, which is nice. Got purple swords for all your bird boys. Oh, okay, very nice. I'm actually just in the process of painting some of mine too, so I'm with my whole army, I'm kind of doing this whole like every single one is kind of treated as its own character since they're all brutes. Um, but I'm a little bummed to myself now that I didn't think about doing like a blue jay or like a blue bird of some sort because that would have been really cool. I have a bunch of other birds I've been trying to do, but not that one. But congrats, it looks really good. All right, next up is Castle of Paint with a city states. I think it's a pole mark, right? Um, I'm terrible with names. This is what I've learned doing this. Is it's like I know what the units are, but I just never can remember their names. And man, it's gonna get so much harder with the Weavers too. Thanks for the review. Absolutely, I appreciate you sticking around and checking it out and hanging out. Yeah, it's pole mark. Okay, cool. Birds will probably be all corvids because they're my favorites. Nice. One of mine is I was definitely gonna do like that for sure. But yeah, Castle of Paint. Honestly, I love this color scheme. I've been for those who remember, because we've been doing Colors of Conquest streams for over a year now, which is kind of crazy to think about. Um, I think last month was the year anniversary, I guess, of doing the Colors of Conquest stream. Um, but For that one, I painted a city states. Or actually, no, not the first one, the second one. We painted the Andrew Marcos, and I painted him in a kind of brass and purple. Um, but this is really nice. So I'm a big fan of like the purple city states, but I really like this one with its very bright blue silver um, armor going on there, and of course you have like the nice little gold touch ups and stuff. But classic city states with the feet getting off the base, yeah, true. um, but yeah, I never really thought about doing this kind of like like this really bright silvery, like bluish silver look. But man, it works for them so well. Um, it just looks it kind of almost has like a not marble, well, almost kind of like a marble or like a very finely polished stone or something. It just gives me this vibe of ancient Rome, or ancient Greece kind of thing with the statues. Um, but I think it works really well. It's a really good color choice. Very noble color scheme, golden purple. Oh yeah, golden golden purple are the royal colors. They were because gold was expensive and purple was very hard to make. So it also was expensive. Well done, Castle of Paint. Next up, as a runner-up, we have Partazi. Partazi has been popping in again and again over the past few months with their amazing Uroni army with these Oni Ayakashi. Um, yeah, looking good. Doing a lot of conversion work, a ridiculous amount of basing work. Like I thought I was upping my base game, not even close. This right here, insanity. Um, yeah, Partazi uses a lot of 3D print objects and things like that for their bases, which look really, really nice. Yeah, yeah, really good use of resin. Partazi is, I thought my Uroni army was going to look pretty good. I'm pretty sure Partazi is going to have the best looking Uroni army of all time, with all the non-metallic metals and just the crazy amount of basing. Um, it's nuts in the best way. Paratazi has had a unit of their Uroni army in this, at least as a runner-up. I think it's won twice in the past like 6 months or so. I remember winning it. Paratazi won for the Kitsune, as well as a few others. Can only play last argument. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is can only play last argument at Kings with this one. So, because they don't have the circular bases. So that is one thing to consider, especially when it comes to the basing of a lot of these. That is not something that is. It's basically something you gotta consider whether or not you're fine with just playing the one game or doing two. Like for this one, I for the Oberyn we've been working on, I decided that I would be fine with just using him in the army version, but everything else I have is going to be made sure that I could also play First Blood as well. So, all right, we got 3 more. Let's see. Lady Rose Painting, who popped in here earlier. Lady Rose was also working on an amazing group of Uroni. I've been watching their progress on the Discord, and I think on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken, as well. But yeah, it's looking really, really nice. Love the texture on the feathers and the non-metallic metal shine on the head piece on top of the helmet. Looking really good. Blue and gold is also another excellent color combo, but just with the little details of having the red in there too, it's looking really nice. So very, very nicely done, Lady Rose. I'm kind of ready to see. Yeah, it's true. You don't see a lot of those mixed together, but it works well when done right. Next up, Overbite Miniatures, the long form veteran of Colors of Conquest. Not sure if Overbite's been on every single one, but pretty much every single uh, Colors of Conquest month I've seen those announcements made is pretty much always always been in it. Um, but really digging this uh, the blue that he has going on for this. For the not something you see very often for orcs. Yeah, Overbite does amazing work every time, and so for this Chosen of War, went with a very not neon, but very intense bluish turquoise, which is kind of funny to see next to kind of how grimy the armor is. You know, it's interesting, but it is a similar blue to what is paint the studio painted as well. There's a lot of different colors we've seen the orcs in this fictional universe. I would say the most we've seen is very pale greens and pale blues. Um, but we occasionally see some like orange um or tan skin, things like that too. And but is that a brute or a monster? It is a brute. Yeah, the Chosen of War are a brute unit. So, but well done, Overbite. And last but certainly not least is going to be the winner for this month, which is Wapelius with the Rakshasa. Uh, extremely well done. Not surprising at all. For those who are unaware of Wapelius, you should be following Wapelius here on Twitch, because I'm quite sure that he painted this here on Twitch as well. But he is a fairly well-known painter in the space, and the thing is almost everything he paints is done within a single stream because he uses oil paints, and he's a master oil painter. So all of this you see here, all oil paints, which is just crazy to think about. But yeah, the lighting in here is particularly nice, and I was going to show some close-ups of that here. So yeah, I'll move me out of the way. But yeah, the lighting effects coming from the lanterns as well as the back of his as well as its back look really really good. You can even see some of the shine and just like the little differences in color. Light is really hey Paratazi, what's going on? We were just talking about you. Light is really impressive. Yeah, Wapelius does a really great job, and he often does a lot of very stark lighting effects. But he he does it all in oils, and so he does it very quickly. I'm very honestly very jealous of how quickly he gets amazing looking paint jobs like this done. Um, but the one thing that's particularly cool about this piece, if you look real close between down here where the lantern is with the bright orange light coming there, then it goes up into this mid-tone where you have a little bit more of the colors. You have some of the turquoises and purples and stuff coming through. And then you go back out to the where his back is, and boom, you have a second lighting source. So the cool blues in the middle are being kind of like attacked on both sides by this orange fire. But it made it work so well in here. You can even see it like up on the top in the fur, right? You can see the backlit orange coming from the fire on his back. So time to learn oil painting. Well, like I said, go check him out here on Twitch. He's not he doesn't paint here every day, but he paints on Twitch pretty frequently. And he's just absolutely amazing. He actually 2 Adepticons ago, he won a miniature painting competition with his Raptor Riders that he did for Conquest. So for the Wadroon. So works well, yeah. But yeah, good to see you, Partazi. We were just looking at one of your pieces a minute ago, because you got a runner-up again this month for your amazing Oni Ayakashi. with all those crazy 3D printed bits on the base. I've not seen those Oni heads and the Cyclops and the demon head and everything before, but very intense, very, very cool looking. And of course, the resin work on the base is just immaculate as always. So really nice to see. But that is all she wrote. For again, for those who would want to enter to win as well and get featured here on this stream and everything, please make sure to check out the Colors of Conquest. It's up on our website, or on the website. Hashtag Colors of Conquest, hashtag miniature painting when you go to post online. And make sure to tag the Parabellum crew, and they will take a look, and hopefully you'll be one of the top 10 of the month. So, thanks. I'm spending time on composition of bases. Yeah, it clearly shows. It shows very well. It looks great. Here's what we've been doing today. Just as a recap, we've been working on the Oberon. We've not gotten terribly far. We got a pretty decent amount though, but we still have a ways to go. And but for the new Weavers coming out, so hopefully we'll get that finished here in the near future. And I was also working on my basing quite a bit as well, just trying to get this, but nowhere near the amazing work that you've been doing. But putting lots of just plant life and things like that, just give them this nice verdant jungle forest to be in. But that's about all we have time for today. I appreciate everybody hanging out and going through trying to get some of this done. We got some pretty good motion going on there. We got to show off a little bit of airbrushing, which we don't typically do very often here. So that was pretty nice, and a nice little change of pace. So hopefully, I hope you guys really learned something a little bit, I guess, with it. And taking thanks for the stream. Absolutely, I appreciate everybody hanging out in here today. It's nice to see some familiar faces as well as some awesome winners and runner-ups of Colors of Conquest in here. But we'll be doing another one next month, likely towards the end of the month. But actually, it looks like we have someone who's painting Conquest here on stream. So I think we are going to we're going to raid them. We don't get a chance to raid folks painting Conquest very often because it's usually me painting Conquest here on Twitch. So I love each of your own swearing work. Is it Emmett? It is Emmett. But yeah, please feel free to say hi. I'm sure that they are going to be super happy to see some folks from Parabellum. Give them a follow if you are so inclined, as well as if you're keen. Would love it if you would follow me on Twitch as well, on my Twitch and socials. That would be awesome. But that is where you can find me as Walter's Workshop. And yeah, we will see you guys next month. I'm hoping we'll have some more Ironi. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be painting next month, but stay tuned to the socials. There will be an announcement for it very soon. So y'all have a good one.